Everybody doing okay out there?
It's kind of.
Yeah, we're fine. How are you?
Doing great, doing great. Doing better.
Yeah, your voice sounds a little more back to regular.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm getting stronger every day.
Health problems. I mean, it's like we all take our health for granted, and then when something hits you, you're like, wow.
On top of all that, I tested positive for COVID, so that's why I'm not there with you all. Otherwise, I would be there with Commissioner Byrd and staff that are in the gallery there.
Wow.
Wow.
Just
That's
left
right.
us in the peanut gallery.
When it rains, it pours.
When did you test positive? After the surgery, or?
I tested on Sunday, but I had symptoms prior to that.
Well, I've got 9:32.
Yes, I do too. So we'll begin. Good morning. This is the open meeting of the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission for Wednesday, September 28th, 2022. The time is 9:32 in the morning, and I'm Commissioner Cynthia Hall. We'll have the call to order and roll call.
Good morning, Commissioner. This is Michael Smith. I would be taking the roll call this morning. Commissioner Byrd,
I'm a present.
Commissioner Fishman,
A gift. I'm here.
I was confused now. Commissioner Maestas,
I'm here.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Here.
and Commissioner Hall.
Here.
We have 5 commissioners. That is a full commission and a quorum.
Okay, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance. Let's see, could we have Colin Gillespie do it? Colin, are you available?
Yes, Madam Commissioner.
Yeah.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And then
I can help you.
okay, the state pledge is, I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
Thank you. Very good. Okay. Now we'll have consideration and approval of the agenda. So I have, yes?
Yes, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt any other commissioners, but I just sent an email to the commission. I recommended that the commission remove matter number 22-00214 UT concerning the report to the legislature. I simply have not had time to prepare the report. I can bring it back next week, which does mean, unfortunately, we'll be a few days late on providing the report, but I just have not had a chance to provide the final draft.
Okay, that's fine. Mr. Fisk, I know we're very busy. You guys are extremely busy, so I completely understand. Thank
you, Madam Chair. I appreciate your understanding that.
You're welcome. Does anybody else have any additions or deletions or changes in the agenda? Hearing none.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Maestas.
I'll move to approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second. Can we take the roll?
Is there any discussion?
No.
Hearing none, I'll take the roll. Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
The agenda as modified is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to Roman numeral number 4, introduction of special guests. Do we have any special guests signed up today?
Hans, are you aware of any?
I have not been made aware of any special guests unless the commissioners have anyone individually.
I'm not hearing any, so we can move on. Item number 5, public comment. Hans, has anyone signed up for public comment?
I do have a party ask to make public comment earlier in this week. However, I'm not seeing them listed on the participant list right now. Let me just call out, and I apologize, Mike, if you're listening, for how I'm going to mispronounce her name. Mike Koshiniak, Koscielniak. If you are logged in, you can make public comment.
Hans, I just wanted to clarify one thing. You used the term party to describe the person who wants to make public comment. By that, do you mean a party in a case?
No, an individual, sorry.
Okay.
And I am not hearing a response or seeing an individual or phone number that might be associated with that. So if there is no one else in the hearing room that has requested public comment, we can proceed.
Thank you, Hans. All right, we'll move on to item number 6, consideration and approval of prior meeting minutes. Did I have any additions or changes to the minutes or deletions?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Byrd.
I'll move the minutes as presented.
Thank you.
Second, minutes of the September 14th, 2022 open meeting.
Thank you, Vice Chair Maestas. Any discussion on the minutes? Hearing none, let's take the vote. Michael, can you do that?
Yes,
Yeah.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
and Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
The minutes for the September 14th, 2022 meeting are approved by a vote of 5-0.
Okay. That brings us to the consent action items part of the agenda. Mike, would you like to read out the captions, please?
I will. The transportation matter that is on the agenda for consent is case 22-00229 TRM in the matter of the application of Artesia, New Mexico, a municipal corp, DBA Artesia Fire Department for reissuance of certificate number 12225 to provide ambulance service. And that is a potential order on its application. Utility matters are case 22-00105 UT in the matter of the application of New Mexico Gas Company, Inc. for a variance from 17.10.640 NMAC for its May 2022 gas cost factor statement. That is a potential order on the variance. Next case is 22-00200 UT in the matter of the application of New Mexico Gas Company, Inc. for a variance from 17.10.640 NMAC for its August 2022 gas cost factor statement. That is also a potential order on a variance. Then next case 19-00106 UT in the matter of applications for the 2020 broadband program support from the State Rural Universal Service Fund as per 17.11.10.31 NMAC. That's a potential order concerning Windstream's request for midpoint disbursement for the Chimayo project. And then lastly is case 20-00099 UT in the matter of applications for 2021 broadband program support from the State Rural Universal Service Fund as per 17.11.10.31 NMAC. That is a potential order regarding Plateau's request for midpoint disbursement for the Edgewood 2020 trial project. I will take the roll. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Madam
I
Chair?
don't know that
Oh, I'm
we
sorry,
have a
there's not-
motion yet.
Yes, I'm sorry, I jumped ahead.
Yep,
I'll move to approve the consent agenda as amended.
second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second now. Can we have a roll, Mike? And thank you for being raring to go this morning.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
and Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
The consent action items are approved by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, now moving on to item number 7, Roman numeral 7, regular action items. We have now transportation matters. So moving on to utility matters. We'll go to number 7, case number 20-00222 UT in the matter of the joint application of Iberdrola SA, Avangrid Inc., Avangrid Networks Inc., New Mexico Green Holdings Inc., Public Service Company of New Mexico, and PNM Resources Inc. for approval of the merger of NM Green Holdings Inc. with PNM Resources Inc., approval of a general diversification plan, and all other authorizations and approvals required to consummate and implement this transaction. Michael Smith will present a proposed initial order on New Energy Economy's motion for an order to show cause. So, Mike, please proceed.
And thanks, Chairman Hall, for reading the caption on that case.
Yes. No problem.
So this matter is on the agenda to issue a proposed initial order requiring a response from the respondents in response to intervener New Energy Economy's motion for an order to show cause to enforce order on certification of stipulation for penalty injunction against further unfair and deceptive trade practices and to award damages and attorney's fees, which was filed on September 16th in this case. And that motion was filed against respondents Public Service Company of New Mexico, otherwise known as PNM, Iberdrola SA, Avangrid Inc., Avangrid Networks Inc., and New Mexico Green Holdings Inc. NEE's motion asserts that PNM and Avangrid have continued to represent themselves to the public as a single entity through a series of joint communications and sponsorships of various activities that NEE describes as co-branding. NEE identifies 2 instances in which it claims that Avangrid and PNM's actions in this regard have violated the Commission's final order on the certification of stipulation issued on December 9th, 2021 in this case. The first is an advertisement flyer for the Governor's Statewide Conference on Economic Development, which is being held in Albuquerque, or rather it was held in Albuquerque on September 26th and 27th of this week. On that flyer, both the PNM logo and Avangrid logo are used on the brochure to identify those 2 entities as the presenting sponsor in the singular. The second instance cited by New Energy Economy is a YouTube video which appears on PNM's PNM Electric YouTube channel, in which both the Avangrid and PNM logos appear, and a voiceover offers money-saving tips from PNM and Avangrid to customers to help them deflate their energy bill this summer. There is an additional allegation which is not supported by specific evidence as much as a hearsay email, which is from a New Energy Economy constituent, indicating that constituent has observed that PNM has added the Avangrid logo to its work trucks. NE's argument on this motion is that this form of co-branding violates the commission's order, which rejected the certification of stipulation, because it creates confusion in the minds of customers who think that the merger has somehow gone through. NEE asserts that PNM and Avangrid have been holding themselves out in the widely distributed public announcement for a major governor's economic development conference, and in its materials as together the conference's single presenting sponsor. NEE further asserts PNM has represented respondents have presented themselves as a single entity jointly advertising on television and radio and as sponsor of other events. PNM, excuse me, I keep saying PNM, I mean to say NEE. NEE argues that the respondents' actions, co-advertising and co-branding with Avangrid, violate both the New Mexico Unfair Practices Act, which is section 5712(1) et sec, and the commission's order, because those actions are, quote, manipulative public relations intended and calculated to confuse the public by suggesting to them that the merger has occurred, when in reality, the commission declined them to merge. NEE further asserts using the Avangrid and PNM logos together and presenting them as a singular entity is undeniably confusing to ratepayers and New Mexicans, but it is apparently an important element of PNM/Avangrid selling the merger to the public. Given the widespread and high-profile advertising, respondents are attempting to persuade listeners and readers that the merger has occurred irrespective of what the New Mexico Supreme Court decides. Respondents' statements on television, radio, and sponsoring of events have a tendency to deceive New Mexicans, especially captive ratepayers, that the Avangrid and PNM merger has already happened, or alternatively is a certainty regardless of what is fair, just, and reasonable and in the public interest. New Energy Economy seeks the issuance of an order to show cause, the issuance of a cease and desist order, and an order requiring the respondents to issue curative public notices informing the public that the merger has in fact been denied. New Energy Economy's motion points to the recent Texas approval of the Avangrid Texas New Mexico Power Company merger, which included a restriction on post-merger continuation of this kind of co-branding. However, I would point out that restriction was based on the Texas Public Utility Regulatory Act, Section 39157, which forbids affiliate co-advertising. It was implemented as part of the stipulation that was entered in that case to resolve that case. New Energy Economy also asserts a claim under the New Mexico Unfair Practices Act, prohibiting unfair and deceptive trade practices. And through that claim, it is seeking not just the entry of a commission order, essentially requiring a cease and desist, but also seeking statutory damages and attorney's fees as provided for by that statute. The proposed order that I have prepared would require an answer from the respondents in this case. I would note that the proposed order would not issue an order to show cause or start an evidentiary proceeding at this time, but instead require a response from the respondents, and that's based on the recognition that the order to show cause that's been filed does implicate statements by the respondents that implicate their First Amendment rights to continue to advocate for approval of the merger, and also the fact that this is alleged to be part of a long series of practice by these entities, yet we only have a small amount of specific instances identified in the complaint, or the motion rather. I would note that outside of these pleadings, there have been articles in the press in which there has been an indication that PNM and Avangrid have sponsored a number of events. And I believe it was May 4th Santa Fe, New Mexican news article, which indicates that since May of 2021, they have sponsored close to 70 events and organizations. So I think this proposed order is on point by asking PNM to give us, and the other respondents to give us, information about the full extent of their activities in entering into these joint sponsorships and public presentations, I guess, of an affiliation between these two entities with regard to those sponsorships that they're engaging in. The proposed order would therefore require respondents, including PNM and PNMR, to file verified responses to New Energy Economy's motion in accordance with Rule 12212C, which is the rule on motions. In such responses, the respondents shall identify and provide copies of any and all joint communications, presentations, and use of both the Avangrid and PNM logos by the respondents in communications to the members of the public or to PNM customers through any medium, including but not limited to any print, email, television, radio, or internet advertisements, announcements, brochures, letterhead, press releases, or other documents on any of respondents' vehicles, equipment, signs, banners, clothing, sponsorships, or other promotional items and activities, whether undertaken or funded by any of the respondents individually, either individually or jointly with PNM or PNMR since the issuance of the Commission's December 9th, 2021 order on the certification of stipulations. The respondents shall further identify the intended purpose of any joint use of the Avangrid and PNM names and/or logos in connection with such activities, and also identify which corporate representatives were responsible for and are able to provide testimony on any decision by the respondents to engage in the co-branding, quote unquote, of Avangrid and PNM through any of the joint communications and presentations identified in their response. Additionally, respondents PNM and PNMR shall identify the source of funding for any such joint promotional activity, including communications and presentations of the Avangrid and PNM logos. Respondent PNM shall further identify whether such communication or promotional activity was taken as part of or in connection with any commission-approved program, the cost for which PNM either concurrently recovers from ratepayers or intends to seek cost recovery from ratepayers, such as PNM's energy efficiency programs. Respondent PNM shall also identify whether PNM used any personnel, equipment, or supplies for such communications and promotional activities, the cost for which PNM either currently recovers from ratepayers or for which PNM intends to seek recovery from ratepayers. The order further provides that the respondents shall also address the issue of whether the commission has jurisdiction to address claims under the New Mexico Unfair Practices Act. Movement NEE shall address that issue in its reply. It also provides that replies by any party to this case shall be timely if they are filed within 10 days of the filing of respondent's response. That's somewhat awkward sounding, but that's the order. I stand for any questions.
Oh, okay, Michael, I have a question. Did you issue a second order or something? And one I have from email that I printed off last night does not contain all that language you just read.
I did. I sent it out this morning.
Oh, okay, fine.
I apologize.
So
I apologize if you didn't get that.
Okay, and I noticed when I started noticing differences where you said they have to identify the corporate source of funding. Is that what you said? Because the one I have didn't specify that it had to be corporate source of funding.
I didn't say corporate. I said the source of funding.
Okay, fine. Thank you. That's all. Those are all the questions I have. Does anybody else have any questions for Michael on the proposed order? Okay, Does anybody have any discussion about the proposed order at all? Okay, no? Well, let's, I need a motion. Yes,
I'll move to approve the latest order as described by Mike Smith.
thank you, Vice Chair Maestas. Do I have a second? I'll second it. So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this order?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Vice Chair Maestas.
I just wanted to make a comment. I think the proposed order provides for a measured response and respects the potential First Amendment implications here. But I want to thank New Energy for calling attention to this ongoing issue, as my office has received numerous calls and emails from constituents who are upset because these co-branded promotional materials and advertisements to them indicate that the joint applicants' merger plans are still going forward. And they're wondering if the joint applicants or even we at the PRC are deceiving them in some way. And so, to be clear, these people, calling and emailing me about this have not been happy, mostly though Michael has done a good job in drafting this order that makes clear that we want to know whether PNM will be attempting to seek cost recovery from ratepayers for these efforts to promote the merger we denied. I think the onus should be on PNM to let the public, and in particular their ratepayers, know that shareholders and not ratepayers will be shouldering the cost of these promotions and sponsorships. And all potential new appointed commission candidates, I think this gives you an idea of what's to come with respect to the merger. So with that, Madam Chair, that's all I had.
Thank you, Vice Chair Maestas. Commissioner Fishman, did I see you?
Madam Chair.
Yes. Indicating.
Preparing to, I completely concur with Commissioner Maestas' remarks. And, I too have had constituents making inquiries. I thought, basically asking, gee, I thought the merger was denied. I wanted to, there are times where I've scolded utilities for things that they've done here. I want to say that I feel I'm happy that this issue has been raised by New Energy Economy. I think Mike has done a great job of putting together a balanced order that we get all the information in tow before we start taking actions. And so I think it's a well designed order. But I did want to do a little bit of a scolding to NEE. If you go to section 1V, Avangrid and Iberdrola's violations of regulatory orders since December 2021. Clearly, they're trying to introduce evidence that was not on the record, and they know full well that this isn't the way to do it. But yet they take this section to point out $500 million in fines that the companies have faced this year in Mexico and Spain and elsewhere. Trying to slip this stuff in an inappropriate time in the process. Please don't do that. You all know the rules here. There are other ways to get that information out. And I just want to ask NEE to please follow the rules. So with that, we'll just move on.
Well, do any other commissioners have any comments?
Madam Chair.
Yes. I'll do Commissioner Byrd first and then Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Commissioner Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mike, I have a question in the order number E, letter E. Parties have 10 days after respondent's response. When does the respondent have to have their response in?
That's goes back to the filing responses in accordance with Rule 12212C, which is the rule provides 13 days.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner Byrd. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for Mike. I don't see in your proposed order if there has been a P&M employee speaking about the subject matter that we are talking about this morning in a public meeting. Have you heard about that, Mike? I'm talking about the case 20-00222, joint application of P&M Resources and Avangrid.
Yes. I think to some degree that's covered by actually the provisioning in paragraph C that states that P&M shall identify whether P&M has used any personnel, so that would be employees, equipment or supplies for such communications and promotional activity.
Okay. On the Navajo Nation, I have many contacts, and they informed me that P&M representatives, they have attended numerous public meetings, and they talked about Avangrid, they talked about P&M, they talked about renewable energy. And we also seek information from the Navajo Nation.
I think that's probably at this point beyond the scope of where the commission's authority would lie in terms of right now doing this as a response from the parties who are named in the complaint or motion. If the commission gets that information and determines that it's going to, I think number one, they probably would, you'd get that information from the respondents if they've been doing that. But in terms of requesting it from the Navajo Nation, I think that would probably be something, if this goes to an evidentiary hearing, where that would be addressed. If that's what you mean by that.
Yes, I'm leaning on you to give me advice. How do we bring thorough information to the table before the commissioners?
Well, like I think this is broad enough that if there have been efforts, communicate, co-brand, let's put it this way, using the terms of the motion, co-branding efforts directed at the Navajo Nation, the respondents would be required to identify that.
Okay. I would like to also put on the record that I would like to make a request to all governors council. These are the Pueblo organization for the state of New Mexico. When do I do that, Mike?
I think
what I'm getting to is that when we were deciding on making a decision about the merger, the all governors council voted against it, not to merge. That's what I was informed of, but I would like to get the documentation where and when and how do I get that, Mike?
You mean documentation from the council?
Yes, the All Governors Council, because I would like to receive that resolution and put it into record.
I think that's probably something that we should, I mean, these are matters, I think we're probably getting ahead of where this order takes us in regards to that. And you and I, we could have a discussion about that afterwards.
Okay, that sounds good. So there's nothing to add, nothing to amend at this point from my perspective. Is that correct, Mike?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Those are interesting questions you raise. Thanks for everybody. Anybody have any other extra comments, other thoughts? No. I just wanted to add that I too had been questioned by some of my constituents I run into the grocery store or on a walk, that sort of thing, who have asked whether or not the merger was going ahead because they thought it had been denied. So clearly that we all have experienced some sort of feedback about confusion at the minimum. So thanks very much for that, Mike. So I'll entertain a motion on this to vote on this proposed order.
Move the order.
Okay, a motion. I need a second. Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
I believe there was a motion made and then there was a second already.
I believe that's correct.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mike. I forgot. So then I guess we've just been conducting our discussion on that. Any further discussion on the motion and the second? Not hearing one. Let's, Mike, could you please take the roll?
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
The order is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Thanks very much, Mike. Okay, we'll move on to Roman numeral 9, discussion. We have 2 discussion items on our agenda. The first is related to case number 21-00177 UT in the matter of commission rulemaking regarding NMPRC Rule 17.5.440 NMAC extensions, improvements, additions, and cooperative agreements between or among utilities, and 17.9.592 NMAC location of large capacity plants and transmission lines. And Judith Amer will initiate the discussion.
Yes. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. As Chair Hall just stated, this is the rulemaking case number 21-00177 UT. And this is a discussion item to go through the changes as we issued in the NOPR on April 20th, 2022, to go through comments that we've received and to go through reactions and further changes we made in response to written comments we received and oral comments we received at the public hearing, which was held in July on July 15th, 2022. There is not a proposed order to be voted on this week. This is for education and perhaps feedback from the commissioners on issues that they want more information on. But at the outset, I'd like to explain the reason that the commission decided that these two rules needed to be amended. Rule 440, entitled Extensions, Improvements, Additions, and Cooperative Agreements between or among utilities, applies to electric, gas, water, and sewer utilities, subject to the PRC jurisdiction. And it is intended to be a reporting requirement. It was first promulgated in 2013, and it has not been amended since that time. The commission opened the rulemaking to adjust dollar amounts to trigger the reporting requirements, because the commission found that those dollar amounts were outdated and required a reevaluation process. The current rule 440 has no formal review process by staff. And the proposed rule really keeps that formal review process out of the rule. It continues the informal review process. Regarding Rule 592, that's entitled Location of Large Capacity Plants and Transmission Lines. That rule was adopted in 2004. And in 2011, there was a section added entitled Safe Harbor. And so many of the provisions of Rule 592 are over 18 years old. This particular amendment to Rule 592 clarifies that the Safe Harbor claim needs to be notified to the commission. And I'll go into more detail, because currently, if a utility is claiming a safe harbor exemption from the rules location approval requirements, the utility does not need to file anything. The proposed amendments would change that and require that the utility notify the commission under certain circumstances. And as I said, I'll go through that in more detail. In addition, another reason for amending Rule 440 is that commenters have informed that a large amount of utility expenditures may not have 440 reports, or 440 reports may often significantly be under or over their projected costs as compared to their actual costs. So the proposed amendments would clarify that. So I would like at this point to go to the Rule 440. And I've asked Patrick to do a screen share of it. I sent it by email to Patrick and Hans. It's Exhibit C. So at this time, if one of them could put Exhibit C 440. Okay. And I think we'll go right to the beginning, which to the definition section. And as you can see in 440.7, this rule applies to repairs and replacements. And this is important. It does not apply to routine maintenance. And that was a big area of discussion in the rulemaking. And it also defines the term undertaking as basically the whole project to repair and replace. And an undertaking means an extension, a system improvement, repair or replacement, or addition for which the utility is required to do the reporting requirement that's set forth in this rule, 440.8 and 440.9. So let's go to 440.8, and in A, we've added a requirement that the utility inform in its 440 report reasonable alternatives that may have been considered. That is not too burdensome, and it would give the commission some information about the thinking process that the utility went through. In small b, this is where we raised the limit for the reports from 500,000 to $1 million, and it is on a total company basis, regardless of the location of the line, plant, or system. This subject also was a subject of a lot of comments and discussion, whether it should be on a total company basis or just if it were $1 million on a prorated New Mexico basis, if it was a company that operated in, you know, more than one jurisdiction, such as EPE and SPS. However, the decision at this point, of course, it's up to the commission's final order, would be that the report would be triggered at $1 million or more on a total company basis. And in calculating the estimated cost, the utility shall include the cost of any system upgrades that are directly related to or required as a result of such addition, repair, replacement, or system improvement. And that has to do with distribution lines, plant facilities, and transmission lines as well. With regards to additions, maintenance, repairs, and replacement improvements of generating facilities, that trigger is in little c of $2 million. So it's a one, and that is raised from 1 million, which is in the current rule. If you go down further, and all the comments, generally, I don't remember reading any that did not agree with these changes to raise the limits from 500,000 to 1 million and from 1 million to 2 million. If you, I would go down that there was a portion in the NOPRD rule that talked about cost recovery. That has been deleted in response to numerous comments. And it no longer exists. If you go to little e, there's a section that says that any extension, system improvement, repair, replacement, or additions for which the public utility claims or intended claim safe harbor under Rule 592, as I mentioned, that have an estimated cost to the utility under the uniform system of accounts of $1 million or more on a total company basis, and for which the utility intends to seek rate recovery from its customers, regardless of the location of the undertaking, shall be subject to a Rule 440 report. So that has links these two rules together, which they have not been linked before. So that is a big change. And when I talk about Rule 592, there's a similar corresponding provision in that. there's a section, if you go down to the bottom of the page, capital B, there's a sentence that says the commission shall not be precluded from taking any action which it deems appropriate with respect to reports filed pursuant to this rule and any undertaking. That sentence is there as I think intended to say that we're not approving or disapproving 440 reports. They are purely informational. That being said, if the information in the report leads the commission to choose to take other action, they're not precluded from doing that based upon this report. Going to the next page on capital D, it's called filing and service procedures. We added a requirement that 45 days prior to the commencement of construction of an extension, system improvement, repair, or replacement, or addition, except in the event of an unplanned emergency repair or replacement, in which case the report shall be filed not more than 30 days after the onset of the emergency. This was added in response to comments to allow for emergency situations. But under normal situations, the report would be due 45 days prior to the commencement of the repair or replacement. Our current rule did not have that requirement in there. In addition, if you look at D2, upon the utilities filing of the report, Commission Utility Division staff shall review the report and notify commissioners individually of statutory, regulatory, or feasibility issues, if any. In the notification, the Utility Division staff shall recommend appropriate actions to be taken, if any, pursuant to the rule as determined by staff at least 15 days prior to the commencement of construction. This is new material. The old rule had no staff requirements. However, this is a largely informal process. There are no dockets opened for 440 reports, but we are attempting to codify a procedure that staff indicated that they currently follow. It just was not in the rule. And I'll read to you staff's comments at this time in response to certain questions. The commission asked, please explain the scope of duties, either formal or informal, that staff assumes when a report is filed pursuant to Rule 440. If staff conducts an issue spotting procedure in response to 440 filings, please describe the parameters of such issue spotting procedure and the types of issues which staff is looking for. Staff answered, when staff receives a 440 filing, first staff reviews the filing to ascertain that the information filed is timely and is what is required by the form at a minimum, and then studies the filing to determine if the project is something that would require further review or if it is a project that should be allowed to proceed as is. Staff also determines if it is a project that should be further reviewed by the commission, either as a request for more information under the filed 440 or in a separate docketed case such as a CCN. Hold on. The problems of having two phones, right? I'm trying to get to the rest of what I was reading. There it is. Okay. Staff does not generally perform a specific issue spotting procedure when reviewing 440 filings. Staff
Judy, excuse me a second. Can you tell me what's the title of this filing by staff? I was trying to find it and
it was probably a response to one of the bench requests. And I don't have it at the top, on the top of my head, but I can give it to you later.
Okay.
If you want, we could stop and I could look for it. Otherwise, I could keep going.
I only see two documents in e-dockets, and one is response to commission's orders for further responses. Is that the one, or is it the previous? The previous one says staff's response to order expanding scope and changing inquiry.
As I said,
You don't know, but neither of those ring a bell. Okay. All right.
I'd have to search it.
That's all right. That's all right. You can send it to me later. That's fine.
These are quotes.
Here's one. Here's another one.
So that being said, basically, staff does not do a formal review. And we believe that this proposed addition codifies the informal review and still provides staff the discretion in terms of the type and amount of information, but it does require that they notify commissioners individually of any issues if they see any. However, if they don't see any, they're not required to file something to that effect. And so I think I'll move on to the number D4.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner, Vice Chair Maestas.
I just had a question. Is there a reason why we're not displaying the rule with actual track changes? That way people can better follow.
I requested that Exhibit C be displayed, and I don't think this is Exhibit C.
No, I think it would be much better, Madam Chair, if we can display, I think, well, at least the Exhibit C that I have that actually shows the track changes.
The Exhibit C that I have has the track changes. So I'm a little confused.
Well, my printed out copy of the track of Exhibit C does show the changes in red, but and I think depending on what form it's in, whether
it does.
Either shows or doesn't. Can whoever's in charge of putting that up see if they can get their hands on a red line version?
Madam Chair and Judy, this is Robert Lundeen. Whoever's in control of the screen, all they need to do is to show changes from the review tab.
Yeah, the Exhibit C has the track changes that I'm looking at.
Okay. It's fixed.
Well, that was easy. That's good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Maestas.
Yeah. So does that, if you look at D1 and 2 is what I just talked about.
Mm-hmm.
And you see they're underlined, their new material. And I can move on, or I can respond to any questions at this point. Okay. With that, I'll move on to D4. Another addition is that the public utility shall notify individual commissioners when it files a 440 report or amended report with estimated or actual costs of 8 million or more.
Gee, I guess I have a question. I'm sorry. If you just go back for a minute, that previous section. If the screen, yeah, okay, there. Under D, and is this the place where it says they can notify commissioners individually? And D2, what does that mean? Email us, and why is that simpler than just? I guess the idea is for you staff to not have to have the work burden of preparing a report to the commission. Is that retaining the informality of the process they already have?
Commissioner Hall, that's correct. The choice at this point would be to have the utility division file a report with the commission. There are certain practical considerations with that, which are that for 440 report, we have no dockets. So where would that be filed? That's one issue, but I think that could probably, that's not an insurmountable issue. I think the bigger issue is staffs would like to keep the informal review process more along the lines of what they currently do and not raise it to the level of a formal review process. Certainly, that is something the commission can decide upon, but after receiving the comments from staff, the initial decision, at least my recommendation, would be to not burden staff with a more formal review process, but codify in a way what they're doing now.
I understand, but I just don't, I just wonder what it means by notify the commissioners individually. Does that mean a phone call? Is that to each one individually, or just some individually who they think are interested? Or is it an email that's sent out individually? How is that done? It's not clear. I don't know what it means.
That's, I believe.
You broke up, Judy. I didn't hear your answer.
I think that's a very good point. And I think when we bring this back, we will clarify that.
Okay, great.
Because it is, I agree with what you're saying. It's a little, there are questions. It would be better to nail it down of, to each commissioner individually. That would be my recommendation.
I mean, just to expand a little bit on that, I'm just a little, it seems a little odd that we're writing a rule, kind of formalizing an informal process with such detail. I mean, why not just open a docket of some sort and, have them report? But I hear you say it relates to staff workload, and this is an attempt to try to ameliorate that aspect. So
well,
I guess I just answered it.
The interesting thing is there is a pocket of 40 reports, but there is a place on the web page where all the 440 reports are housed. So, I think if the commission wanted a formal report from staff, that could be housed in the same part of the website that the 440 reports currently are housed.
Yeah, I appreciate what you say.
So
that seems logical.
Again, this is something that could be changed in the final rule.
Mm-hmm.
It certainly is a logical outgrowth of this rulemaking.
Okay. Thank you. You can go proceed.
Again, I just said the 8 million or more because that's such a large project that we thought that commissioners should know about 440 projects that are that large. E is the duty to amend the report, and this is a new section added. There was no duty to amend there is no duty to amend in the current rule 440. And this states that prior to requesting rate recovery on any undertaking that the utility has done a 440 report upon, the utility shall amend the 440 report. And it should explain why estimated costs were either increased or decreased by 25% of the estimated cost, and explain why. And a duty to amend the report shall accurately reflect the undertaking's materially altered character or purpose, or if the utility pursues a reported alternative, at least 30 days prior to the commencement of the alternative, they shall amend the report. And staff will follow the same procedures as we just discussed regarding amended reports. The only change. Okay.
So, I'm sorry, I have a question.
Yes.
And I'm sorry to keep going backwards, but right above the duty to amend the report, the line there, it mentions a dollar figure of 8 million. That's when the utility has to notify individual commissioners by email when it files a report or amended report. How do we pick $8 million? Should we just sort of, are we looking at any data that gets us that number? Because, these other thresholds, which are not certainly direct commissioner reporting levels, are down in the 1 million range. So what happens between 1 million and 8 million?
Commissioner Hall, members of the commission, with respect to how did we pick 8 million? I don't know that. I'm not sure if Commissioner Fishman or Robert Lundeen knows the answer to that. That being said, what happens between 1 million and 8 million is that staff does their informal review. And if staff sees any issues, staff informs individual commissioners of issues. But this number 4 says if it's over 8 million, the utility must directly contact individual commissioners. So between 1 and 8 million, commissioners may or may not have any notification about a 440 filing.
Okay. Well, I'm just curious about the rationale, and I don't know if this is discussion, can we have some sort of discussion from Commissioner Fishman or
yes,
Robert on that? I'm just curious what the thinking was. Or
I would love, this is purely a discussion, and if they have anything to add about the 8 million, I would appreciate it at this time.
It's Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yeah,
Commissioner
Commissioner
Fishman.
Fishman. It's a little bit of a dartboard number. It just at some point when an investment gets to a certain size, it just felt like a direct notification of commissioners in case they had questions made sense. And should it be 5 million? Should it be 10 million? Those were some numbers that people had thrown out, and we settled on something like, we settled on 8 million, kind of splitting the difference. But there's certainly no magic behind it. And I'm not quite sure what kind of study you could do or what kind of data you could look at that would help you pick a number there. It gets pretty subjective. It's just a matter of when the commission decides, gee, that's big enough that we should at least get a direct notification, just so we know that it's going on. at the commission level. So
Thank you,
certainly open to other suggestions for that number.
Well, one thing that pops into my head is, projects that staff has received in the past and that range between 1 million and 8 million, and what kind of projects live in that space and, exist at that price, and what sort of consequence they have. Is that, I don't think that's substation price. I think those are much more expensive. I just don't know what kind of projects are in that range, and maybe past filings that have been made would shed some light on whether that's the right breaking point for notification.
I guess we could look at that and see. It gets a little tricky in one sense, and that's that I believe SPS and El Paso Electric, which I do 20 and 30% of their business in New Mexico respectively, have only reported projects that or have only done 440s on projects where the prorated amount exceeds the reporting requirement. So let's say it's a $5 million project and it's EPE, they would only report 20% of it, or $1 million. And it might not even get on the list of projects reported on the 440 under the current rule, because they would have prorated only 20% of the project and said, oh, that's below the reporting requirement, and therefore it hasn't gotten reported at all. And this rule changes that to say, no, the total cost of the project to your system, that's the line, because that just eliminates just about everything from being reported the way we're doing it now. So we might have kind of a sketchy history to work from there because of that.
Oh, I see. In terms of looking back at past reports.
Exactly.
I see. We don't have good data to go on.
And that applies.
Is that just with respect to that one company? Is that just with respect to only that one company?
No, well, the SPS it would apply to. So SPS does 30% of its business in New Mexico, approximately. And EPE does 20% in New Mexico. It would not be an issue with PNM.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's food for thought. Thank you very much. I'll have to think about that a little bit. What pops to mind is, well, maybe we should tailor the rule to these different practices. We don't want to do that either. It's just, I guess what you're saying is those are issues based on the past data from those two companies. So it's
right.
We have to extrapolate from a better set of data maybe to apply to those companies. I mean, it has to be uniformly applied. So I think we'd have to extrapolate from the set of data that's most reliable. I mean, I guess reliable must be the word, or at least accurate, that's most accurate to the real cost. Yeah.
So
okay.
That's that, if there's a better number to put in there, I'm certainly open to it. To give it some thought, and we'll see if we can
Okay.
make some changes.
Thanks very much, Commissioner Fishman. Judy, you can go back to where you were and move on, please.
So we went through the duty to amend the report. Now I was going to 17.5.440.9, which pertains to gas, water, and sewer utilities. And the only change we made in this section was regarding the big changes were regarding the trigger for the 440 report. Again, it was if you look at, let's see, it went from 1 million to 2 million. And there was discussion regarding whether we should add all the exact same procedures that we've added above, which I just went through for electric utilities, whether we should add those same requirements and procedures for gas, water, and sewer. And the decision at this point is not to change the 440 that very much for gas, water, and sewer, because the same problems that we identified, as I discussed earlier, with electric utilities, those same problems don't exist for gas, water, and sewer. And so they don't really need to mimic the electric utility reporting requirements. And
Judy, could you just clarify, when you say they don't exist, does that mean the reporting is done completely by for the whole project and so forth? Could you clarify?
Exactly, like they're not multi-jurisdictional. So this proration issue that Commissioner Fishman discussed doesn't happen. They're not, and they don't. They're apparently more accurate. Is the sense I'm getting, that they're not as off in terms of increases and decreases from estimated costs. But that being said, the commission could choose to add the same requirements that we are adding for utility staff review and for the duty to amend. We could add those to the gas, water, and sewer, but at this point, the decision has been not to.
I understand.
And if there's no questions, I'll move on to number 10, which is a large section that's been added. It's an annual report, which we currently do not have. And this would state that each public utility shall, by April 30th of each calendar year, file a report summarizing all of the 440 filings that they made for the prior year. We don't have that type of information. Currently, we only have each individual 440 report that was filed. We don't have aggregate information. And then in the report, number 2 is if the utility knows that they're going to be doing a 440 filing in the future year plan, they would tell us that in the annual report. And in addition, the annual reports shall contain very specific information in B, the filing date, the construction commencement date, the estimated and actual costs, the location, the description, the status update, for similar information for planned filings, meaning future filings, but added to that is reasonable alternatives, if there are any. And D has the requirement for the aggregated total costs, which again, we do not have that information. The annual report would include repairs and replacements that did not require a 440 report because they were under the $1 million and $2 million thresholds. So that is a new requirement, and that would be in the annual report. So the way it would work is that the utility would file 440 reports for projects that were over $1 million or over 2 million, as I described in detail before. But then the projects that were under those triggers would be in the annual report only, and it would be aggregated. And then if you go down to G.
Judy?
Yes, go ahead.
Commissioner, just to clarify, so there doesn't need to be, this does not require reporting on individual projects under $1 million. All it says is report to us essentially a budget number for a basket of all the projects under $1 million and just report that total. And that's the only reporting requirement there. And just real quickly, the reason for this whole section here is if folks read the GridWorks report on capital expenditures from their grid modernization, they were pointing out that nationwide, the biggest portion of capital expenditures by electric utilities was on distribution projects, which was 32% of their total capital expenditures. And yet we have no visibility at all on budgets for those kinds of expenditures. So this just allows us to roll up a number and keep track of how much our utilities are spending on those kinds of projects, because that's the biggest additions to the rate base are coming from there. And we've had no visibility on it at all up to this point. So.
Yeah, that's an extremely good point. Both of them, Commissioner Fishman, thank you. That we are not requiring line items for each little, we're just doing one basket of all the below the threshold projects. And it's very true. We don't have any, we don't have anywhere in any part of our filings or applications or reporting requirements, we don't have numbers for how much utilities spend annually on repairs and replacements and system improvements and of the distribution system. So with that, I would take questions regarding 40 before I move on to 592, which is much smaller and will not take as much time.
Commissioners, any questions for Judy? Any comments? It's an interesting part of our regulation that we don't usually look at. Well, hearing no comments, I would just say I appreciate the work put into this rule because it is very interesting to contemplate that, you know, a third of capital expenditures are on items which in the aggregate would be, you know, it would be a third of their capital expenditures, but it's something we don't really see as we go along. So I appreciate this. I appreciate this effort on this rule. I appreciate the structure you're putting around the process so we have a lot more clarity. So let's move on to Rule 592 if there are no other comments.
Yes, and similarly, it would be we should show the red line version. There were a lot of cleanup changes, and I won't go through those. I would like to move to the safe harbor provision, which is 17.9.592.15. And the need to revise this section came to the commission's attention recently. I mean, I would say fairly recently in the Rule 440 filing pertaining to, it was number 1253, Arroyo Solar and Arroyo Storage Interconnection Project, dated April 2nd, 2021. And the issue arose as to the interpretation of, quote, a project that's within an existing right-of-way or within 1,200 feet of the existent right-of-way, not adjacent to a developed residential, commercial, or industrial area. That case raised the issue of, did it have to be partially located within the right-of-way, or did it have to be entirely located? The proposed amendment is to add the word entirely before the word within throughout the rule, to make it clear that it cannot be just partially within the existing right-of-way to claim the safe harbor. And the safe harbor means that essentially they're grandfathered in and they don't need to come to the commission for any kind of approval. So,
Madam Chair?
are there any questions regarding that?
Yes, Vice Chair Myastis.
Yeah, Judy, thank you for bringing that up. And I was the one that took issue with that. But another issue, as I recall, in that case was what was considered existing right-of-way, because at that time, the applicants were trying to demonstrate that it was within the existing right-of-way, and they identified existing right-of-way as a newly acquired BLM easement that was acquired in conjunction with the development of that project. And so I want to make sure that this rule, or the revisions to this rule, make it clear what existing right-of-way is, and should not include any easements or additional right-of-way acquired in conjunction with the project.
So you're saying should not include rights of way that did not exist prior to the application, or did not exist prior to what period?
That's probably better. The former that you mentioned, I think would be very clear. Would be clearer.
So if they did get a right of way prior to filing the application, that would be considered an existing right of way, is what you're saying. I
would say so.
Okay. I'm writing that down. And I'm open to that suggestion. Commissioner Fishman or any other commissioner, do you have any comments regarding that?
I think that's that makes sense, what Commissioner Maestas is proposing. Because if they're changing the right of way as part of the application, then probably it should be reviewed. So I think that makes total sense.
Okay, so I've got that noted. And then in addition,
I just have a question here. So this is already existing language in provision A1, where it says
we would have
the maintenance or so forth, or a line reconductoring. It had originally said just reconductoring within the existing right-of-way, and now we're just adding the word entirely within the existing right-of-way.
That's correct.
That seems like a good clarification. Is this the only language that we're talking about here?
Yes, and in addition, Commissioner Maestas would like to define existing right-of-way to only be rights of way in existence prior to the date of an application. Although it's interesting here, no location approval is required, so there'd be no application. So we're probably have to figure out a better prior to
That means,
I might need to think about this.
yeah. So in other words, Vice Chair Maestas, you're saying that the existing right-of-way would have to be literally existing and not newly created by the request or application or whatever, whatever notification is provided to the commission. It can't be created in the moment of this
That's interesting because if
application.
you go down to E, we added a requirement to file a report, a 440 report if you're claiming safe harbor for a project that's over $1 million. So we could say prior to the date of the filing of that report. If you look at E,
Where would you put that in? So where in section, you know, what part of the sentence would you put that in? What is it you're exactly putting in?
I think we need a definition of existing right of way.
A definition of existing right of way.
Yes.
I see.
And my suggestion would be
I see.
prior to the date of the filing of the 440 report.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and so, yes, and then the only other, so we would propose to do that change. And then if you go down to E, it has a corresponding provision that I already discussed when talking about the 440 rule. Is if you look at E, it says public utilities that claim safe harbor for extensions, improvements, repairs, replacements, additions, and that want to claim safe harbor, if that cost is above $1 million on a total company basis for which they intend to seek rate recovery, then they shall file a 440 report. And then that cross-references you back to the rule 440.8 for what would be included in that report. So that we have now linked these two rules together by these two corresponding additions that we've made to these two rules.
Good job. That's this is good.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair Maestas.
Just a quick question for Judy. I know, Judy, I thought we had a situation where we had a recent rate case where the capital expenditures listed in the rate case did not coincide with appropriate 440 filings. Now, is there any need for us to address that through these rule changes, or is it just something that we need to be aware of going forward in future rate cases? Because I believe it was an intervener that pointed this out, that there was a lack of reporting on certain capital expenditures through the 440 process relative to what was disclosed in a rate case.
Right, and in the 440 rule, we specifically state, and I think we should go back to that rule in and let me find it. I think it's in number 8. That prior to seeking cost recovery in a case that they have, that utilities have to amend their 440 reports. So I think it was under the duty to amend. Yeah, it's in number 8E, duty to amend. Prior to any request for rate recovery of and or on the undertaking, rate recover of or on the undertaking. That's a little awkward. We may want to change that. The utility shall amend a report to update the undertaking's estimated costs if the estimates change and to reflect the utility's actual costs incurred for that undertaking. So that's an additional requirement that should, but I don't know if it necessarily will, prevent those situations from happening. But I believe that's the intention of that section. And
Well,
it could be beefed up, but I would think that that would include a rate case. And if a utility were going to ask for recovery, they would need to show their amended reports. But it doesn't exactly say that there, so you could add some language.
well, Judy mentions that prior to any request for rate recovery of or on the undertaking, the utility shall amend a report to update the undertaking's estimated costs if they change, and they shall amend a report to reflect the utility's actual costs. But so are you saying that report might not make its way to the attention of the regulator in the event?
I mean,
592.
You could say that it has to be submitted in the case, the amended.
Yeah, rate case, right.
In that's just thinking off the top of my head.
Do you want to?
I'm not sure if that would take care of the issue that you're mentioning, Commissioner Maestas, because I'm not completely aware of the situation you're talking about.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
Yeah, during the process, and boy, Robert did a lot of work on this and had to sort through a lot to get to the core issues here. But it was the city of Las Cruces had pointed out in the EPE rate case that we did that some of the filings, the actual cost filed differed by as much as 80% from the final project cost.
Did you say 8 or 80?
80%. So they were way, way off. And it was also concerned that a lot of projects may not have been reported on at all. And that might have been due to this 20% proration that they were doing on projects, but it might have had other causes as well.
I see.
So that was one of the reasons that this was put in here. And then in relation to the rate case, the annual summary, that was put in to be sure that when we looked at the aggregate of these projects, that somehow we had a number that would at least be in the same ballpark and tied to the actual rate base that utilities were filing for proposed rate increases. Because again, for EPE, and this is true for the other utilities as well, there just wasn't any way to reconcile the rate base they were asking for to the reporting that they were doing on these projects. So that's the reason that annual report is there, is that people can just annually we get a sense of, oh, how much are they spending capital expenditures on these projects that we have very little reporting on. And so those were the two things in the rule that we did to address that issue. Robert, was there anything else there that you can recall?
Sir, yeah, between the amended reports and the annual report, I believe we thought that was good enough to kind of capture accurate information for the commission to expect to see in future rate cases.
So again, we're open to any language that might, make it a little more precise or more clear. But that's what we tried. That's where we tried to fix it. And I think it addresses a lot of it, but you never know till you try it. So.
Well, I guess Judy's raising a question, an issue here of whether, well, I guess I raised the issue. How do these reports get brought to the attention, get presented in a rate case? I mean, do we need to provide some language, as Judy mentioned, here, or how do you do that? I mean, I would assume, we might have lots of reports lying around that people don't know about, that, the interveners may not know about, that might be something we want to introduce.
My suggestion would be to add a sentence that states that utilities are required to attach amended reports and annual reports to any case they're requesting rate recovery.
Yeah. What do you think about that, Steve?
That way, you're right. Interveners wouldn't have to hunt it out. If the information was right there.
So utilities are required to attach what?
Amended 440 reports and annual reports. To request for rate recovery.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a good addition. It doesn't add any work to the utility. It's just a matter of where the information gets distributed and make sure the right people are aware. So to me, it makes sense.
Good. I'm glad.
Yeah, I think that is a good point, because you're absolutely right, Commissioner. Often we have the information, but it gets buried, and unless you require it in the filing, people won't know that it actually exists.
Well, good. I'm glad I thought of that.
And
because I have trouble finding things.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Maestas, for raising that issue. It kind of tightens the connection.
Yeah.
And I think that is a real improvement.
Good. Glad.
And with that, I stand for questions, or and I can bring back a final order. And any of the commissioners who would like to discuss this individually with me, I'm available at any time. So that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Judy. Commissioner Fishman, I have a short question.
One question for Commissioner Maestas. Is, I keep hearing about brain fog and COVID, and I'm just wondering where his brain fog is today. He's raised a couple of really good issues.
Well, I'm coming around. I'm taking the antiviral meds, and so that has me a bit foggy, but Yeah, as old as I'm getting, there's still some pockets of memory left. And so some of this comes to me every now and then. So thank you for noticing that, Commissioner Fishman.
Anyway, I think those are some good adjustments to the rule that folks have raised.
And Madam Chair, if I may, I know when I had my previous assistant, we jumped on this. We recognized the outdated nature of both of these rules. And then we kind of pivoted and focused on community solar, and Commissioner Fishman's office and his assistant, Robert Lundin, really took the bull by the horns. And I am really, really gratified to see these changes to the rule that are badly needed. And so I just want to commend Commissioner Fishman and Robert for job well done. And I know that we had assistance from staff as well that helped with this rule. So anyway, this is, and I just in general want to point out how much work this commission has done over the last 2 years, particularly in addressing the backlog of needed rules. And we've seen how difficult it is to implement a program based on a statute alone. And so again, I just can't say enough about the effort by Commissioner Fishman's office and the contributions from staff that led to these incredibly timely amendments to both of these rules.
Thank you, Vice Chair Maestas. I'm glad you brought that up, because as we started reviewing these provisions, well, actually, I was thinking about it previously when I was looking at these in preparation for the meeting. I was thinking, I wonder if Robert did this, and now having it confirmed today really, really impresses me very much, because I thought he had, expended all his energy on the integrated resource planning and procurement rule. But no, he was doing something maybe almost equivalently strenuous in these two rules as well. So I'm very, very impressed, and hats off to Commissioner Fishman for having such a workhorse that he can crack the wick bat all the time. Apparently that's what he's doing to get all this work done.
Sure, make me the bad guy. No, but Robert did tremendous. Yeah, Robert did tremendous work here, very organized, and getting all the input and responding to all the input and getting all the parties to kind of get clarity with each other, what they're saying. It's a real task. And Robert, you don't have to put up a picture of yourself blushing here, but tremendous work on your part to follow through on all of that.
Yeah.
And thank you, Judy, for bringing it all home.
Well, you're welcome. Yeah,
Yes, right.
It does take a village, right?
To raise a rule, you betcha. Okay, Commissioners Vicente Aguilar or Byrd, do you have any questions about this?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
On the subject of right-of-way, Judy, do you think that this is the proper avenue to include the process when utility companies plan on building solar facilities on Indian land? What right-of-way procedures do they abide by?
Well, and if they need to, if they're coming in for a location approval case, they need to demonstrate that they have permission to build in a right of way that they have ownership of, or if it's another entity's ownership, they need to have permission to use that right of way. So that's part of the location approval process. this safe harbor provision is an exception to the location approval application. And essentially it states that if a utility has an existing right-of-way that they own or have an agreement with another entity, that they do not need to have location approval from the commission. But rights of way are private land transactions that the commission doesn't have jurisdiction over. In a location approval case, we just require demonstration that the utility or the developer have that ownership or permission in the case.
Do we have an authority just to put a quotation in the rules that says something similar to utility companies when they start negotiating, they start talking about right of way, they just need to abide by their community or their local rules? The reason that I'm bringing that up is because we know that a utility company encountered the right-of-way issues. Therefore, a solar facility that was approved did not come through. You see what I'm saying? The way the rules are written for right-of-way on Indian land, I believe that utility companies should, I'm sure they apply, but they need to stay in line. There are many families that have applied for right-of-way applications. They're standing in line so they can build a small shelter, a small home, whatever they intend to build. The utility company should not come in and robust and move everybody out of their way and penetrate the Bureau of Indian Affairs to have their right-of-way approved. I think they should be conscious of everybody else that has applied and that they should stay in line. Is there any quotation or any comment that we can put into rule that states that? Because we regulate utility companies that are moving forward to build renewables on Indian land. That's my question, Judy.
Yeah, I understand. And I'd like to direct you to, if we can put this back up on the screen, Rule 592, and it's in section 15C. And we have a current requirement, which could be beefed up, but and I'll read to you what it says. It says,
What was the section, Judy?
it is section 592, 15C. And we
C
have,
as in cat.
right, C is in,
Okay.
we haven't made any changes except cleanup, but what it says is prior to any person constructing, modifying, or adding to plants, facilities, or transmission lines that require location approval
Or control.
under 6293 on land owned or controlled by a federally recognized American Indian tribe or on land contiguous to such tribal land, that person, so this includes developers or utilities, shall consult with the tribe that owns or controls that land regarding the location of the construction. This required consultation is in addition to meeting the requirements of both section 6293, which is the location approval statute, and this rule. So if I misunderstood what you said, but I thought you were saying that you think that the consultation process is not sufficient.
No, I'm not talking about the consultation. I'm talking about how the right-of-way applications are processed. We should abide by the rules that are already in place, and that whoever the new developer is should just be respectful for everyone else that has signed up already years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago. That's the problem with Indian land, is that everybody else, they have their application in, they've been waiting and waiting, but the developers come in, they put their application in front of everybody else. That's my concern. You see what I'm getting at?
Yes, and as I alluded to earlier, the negotiation of rights of way between developers and utilities and the tribe is not an issue that the PRC has jurisdiction over. It's a federal issue.
Thank you, Judy. I appreciate your time.
You're welcome.
Commissioners, Commissioner Byrd, I think I asked you already. Do you have any questions or comments about either one of these proposed rules?
No, Madam Chair, thank you.
Okay. Commissioners at large, do we have any other questions or comments on this subject of these two rules? Well, hearing none, I just want to thank Commissioner Fishman and Judy, especially for walking us through this rule, both rules, that is. This has been very instructive and excellent work, and I just thank you for it. But let's move on to the next agenda item, which is another discussion item. It's in case number 21-00128 UT, in the matter of a commission rulemaking regarding NMPRC Rule 17.7.3 MAC, integrated resource plans and procurement procedures. Commissioner Fishman would like to bring up a discussion of upcoming IRP filings and appointment of a facilitator for the stakeholder process. Commissioner Fishman, would you like to proceed? You're muted, Commissioner Fishman.
I think Commissioner Byrd preferred me muted. But anyway, the commission, PNM, under the old IRP rule, which had a much longer lead time, had already started doing a couple of public meetings. And under our revised rule for the IRP, there's a much shorter time frame required, and there's plenty of time for PNM under the new rule to do an IRP. But under the new rule, they're going to need a facilitator for the stakeholder process. And that's a commission appointed facilitator. And I wanted to be sure the commission is aware that we need to engage in a process to get potential facilitators in place. And I don't know if we need to send out, we could send out an RFP, and I talked to Judy a little bit about this, and that's certainly, I think, a wise thing to do. I talked to Arthur, and he's checking in with GridWorks to see if they might have some ideas about a facilitator, or if they could be a facilitator. But that we need to get that process in place to appoint a facilitator. And I wanted to be sure the commission was aware of that, and also just wanted to tap into any ideas the commission has about the process for choosing that commissioner, apart from checking in with GridWorks and whether we can get a federal grant to cover the cost through GridWorks, and doing an RFP process.
You mean and choosing the facilitator?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so we would probably need a facilitator in place certainly before the end of the year.
And so this is for P&M's next IRP that they need to file, that they're working on now, for which they are already conducting, they have been for a long time, their public advisory process, correct?
Yeah, and Judy, I think they have like a September 2023 deadline to submit their RFP. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. And according to the new rule, the process would need to begin 6 months prior. However, as you just stated, they had, under the old rule, already started their facilitator stakeholder process. But they started it under the parameters of the old rule. So yeah, there's a lot of issues. Should they stop and then start up again? Should they continue? And if they do continue, then we would need a facilitator appointed.
Madam
Well,
Chair?
yes, Vice Chair Maestas.
Right now, whether or not
You're coming in kind of unclearly. It seems very muffled. I can't hear your words very well. Is everybody else hearing?
But I'll speak up. Well, can't we make that determination right now that since the IRP process has already been initiated to the approval of the final IRP, could we just make that determination? Because in the new rule, we established a sequence of IRP filings for each of the IOUs. IOUs, IRP.
Whoops. Madam Chair, I'm having trouble hearing Commissioner Maestas.
Right, Commissioner Maestas, I can't make out half of his words. And it seems like there's a rustling that somehow interferes with your microphone, Commissioner Maestas. Oh.
Let me take these off, and so I'll come back.
Okay, sounds good. Commissioner to Vice.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Can I ask for a 5 or 10 minute break? And then by that time, Commissioner Maestas might be coming in clear from a different location.
Certainly. We'll take a 5-minute break. We can take a 10-minute break, come back at 11:45.
Can you all hear me now? Can you
yes,
hear me?
We can.
Okay.
We can.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll be back after the break.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much. Back at 11:45.
Anybody? Give it to Smith in a minute. Commissioner Maestas? Can you hear me?
I can.
You may want to get started on this and then Commissioner Hall can catch up.
Okay, Judy, are you tuning in?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, well, anyway,
Hi,
There we are.
here we are. I apologize for being a few minutes late here. So let's see, we were proceeding with a question that Commissioner Maestas had, correct? Or a comment?
yeah, my question was, I'm not clear that the new IRP rule applies to PNM's IRP that is currently under development, because we established a new staggered schedule for submittal of IRPs within the context of the new rule, and PNM's isn't due until 2025. So are we basically implying that the current IRP that's under development by PNM is not subject to the new rule?
That sounds like a question for General Counsel's office.
And just my personal, after looking at appropriate sections of the revised rule, I think we require submittal 6 months after the process commences, and I think PNM started its process in the current IRP back in the spring, and so I can't see the logic in having PNM restart the stakeholder process under the requirements of the new rule. So if you can clarify that, Judy, because I think that's what we're talking about, right? About
I'd say that they followed the old rule when they started the process. However, 6 months prior, the new rule is in effect as of the date of publication in the register.
Which was what? What was the date of publication?
We haven't published it yet.
Right.
We adopted the new rule 2 weeks ago, and we are waiting. We might get motions for reconsideration, so we haven't filed it yet with the register. That being said, if it gets published in the register in October, that rule will be in effect in March of 2023, which is 6 months prior to the filing of the IRP due by PNM in September of 2023. So assuming the new rule is in effect in March of 2023, the new rule would kick in to the facilitated stakeholder process at that time, but not prior.
So Judy, in section 17738, titled Integrated Resource Plans for Electric Utilities, we established a new staggered schedule for deadlines for IRPs of each of the IOUs. But we indicated under Part C3 that P&M's IRP is due on or before September 1st of 2025. And so by listing this staggered schedule,
No, I'm not
implying
sure.
anything that the
No,
current
it's
IRP.
Since P&M had started their process, we changed P&M to 2023 in the final rule.
Okay, I didn't realize that. I must have an outdated version with the track changes.
Yeah, and the reason being was just exactly what you're saying, is that they had already started their process. So it made at least sense to a lot of us working on the rule that we would move them to 2023. And so going back to what I said, their IRP is due in September of 2023.
So Judy, can I just, or Vice Chair Myastis, can I just ask for clarification from Judy? Because I don't have this rule in front of me and I can pull it up. But are you, actually, my question is to Vice Chair Myastis. Are you referring to the most current version of the old rule, or what are you referring to as outdated? I mean, the old rule isn't yet outdated until we publish ours.
Right.
The new one.
The old rule is still in effect. The new rule says the 3-year cycle begins in 2023. And the new rule says that P&M files in September of 2023, SPS in September of 2024, and EPE in September of 2025.
So does that, Mr. Myastis, may I ask a question of Judy? So I know you still have the floor.
Sure.
Judy, does that mean then that once we publish this rule, P&M will know that they need to reconvene their public process in accordance with the new rule?
I think that's, does P&M know? I don't, the honest answer is I don't know what they know. I don't know what they think. I do know that.
Will they be on note? That'll put them on notice, but is that then what we intend, notwithstanding that they've already?
As I said, they could, theoretically, they could continue with the process as they've already are doing now, and then just turn it into a facilitated process in March of 2023, which is 6 months before. So they don't have, right now, nothing, the facilitator wouldn't be starting until at least 6 months prior to the filing of the IRP. It said at least months prior to the filing of its IRP, the utility shall notify the commission, members of the public, the AG, and all parties to its most recent base rate case and most recent IRP case of its intent to file an IRP. The commission, upon notification, shall initiate a facilitated process for the utility, staff, and stakeholders to reach a potential agreement on the proposed statement of need and action plan. Commission, aside from the staff and the appointed facilitator, shall not participate in the facilitated stakeholder process. So when the commission receives the utility's notification of intent to file an IRP, which happens at least 6 months prior to the filing of its IRP, after the commission gets notified, the commission initiates a facilitated process. That's the way the new rule is written. So as I said, that being said, I don't see that happening until the utility notifies us, and the utility hasn't notified us, and they're not required to under the new rule until 6 months prior to the filing, which would be March 1st, would be the latest.
Okay. Thank you, Judy and Vice Chair Myastis.
Yeah, that's all I had. I had an outdated version of the final rule with the track changes, and I was just trying to understand, what was applicable in terms of, P&M's current IRP that's under development, or at least the proposed IRP.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
Yeah, so it seems to me we need to, I think it's wise to create some clarity for PNM about our interpretation of how this, how their IRP needs to proceed, because there is some room for confusion there. I think it's clear under the new rule, that the intent is to get the kind of input and modeling requirements into the 2023 IRP. But there's room for discussion around that. And, I'm not quite sure, what the commission's pleasure would be about how we create some clarity both for PNM and interveners or stakeholders on how this thing's going to move forward. Because right now there's room for conflicting interpretations, I think. And that we may as well get it squared away so we minimize confusion and duplicative work.
Well, I'm not sure there's all that much leeway. The rule says what it says, and we decided on it. We did not include provisions for this kind of situation in our rule. Plus, we don't know whether it will be appealed. And it may be that PNM is just trying to act as cautiously as possible in the event the rule does get appealed, and therefore it doesn't go into effect. And in the meantime, they need to be compliant with the old rule.
Yeah. So you mean appealed and stayed?
Yeah,
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Stay.
Yeah.
They would have to request and receive a stay.
They or another utility.
True. And there's also the exhaustion of administrative remedies first.
Right.
Which would need to go through. That being said, this is, we're still in September, and the facilitated stakeholder process on the new rule would be in early next year.
Correct. March, we said.
Yeah.
So it might be premature for us to even worry about this until we get the rule filed and the appeal timelines have expired, and we find out whether it will be appealed and stayed. And then, because I can understand from the company's standpoint, they want to be in compliance with whatever rule is going to end up affecting them. And that must be how they're proceeding now, because there's only one rule in place right now. So, right, I think we don't have to worry about it yet.
However, I do think we need to be ready with a plan for how we appoint a facilitator.
Well, that's true. We should certainly look at that. So do you want to discuss that then today? I thought that was part of what you wanted to discuss, Mr. Fishman. Shall we go ahead with that?
So we were talking about the the idea of doing an RFP for facilitators, and it could go out to, there's kind of an interesting crew of possible people who could be facilitators. And I was talking to Judy about it earlier. Judy, you talked about, you had some former employees at the PRC. We have hearing examiners who are pretty good at staying neutral and kind of maintaining order, if you will, who might be interested in doing that kind of work, some retired ones. GridWorks could be a possibility. And is it something that we just put out an RFP and invite a broad range of people to respond, so that the commission can kind of think through all its options?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Vice
I
Chairman.
didn't mean to interrupt. I was just wondering, while Commissioner Fishman is talking about the facilitator process, if Judy can throw up the final rule that speaks to the designation or selection of a facilitator. That way we can see.
I appreciate that. Yes, I would like that too.
Good idea.
Okay. What I will do is forward our final order, which has the rule attached to it. So hold on.
Can we have someone put it up on the screen as well so the public can see it? That's why I thought that was why we.
Yeah,
Yep.
I'll do that now.
What is it you're having forwarded, Judy?
It's the final order that we adopted.
Well, I would like to see the rule. So if you remember the docket number, I can pull it up anyhow.
Well, it was attached to the.
Oh, I could probably find that.
It was an exhibit.
Yes.
And it was in the errata. That being said, I just forwarded it to commissioners and to Patrick. So hopefully we can get that up. Did you receive it, Patrick?
Give me one moment here.
Yeah, I received it.
Okay. So, yes, if you look at, there's a clean and a red line version. Exhibit A to this is the clean version, and the section we're discussing is 17.7.3.9. So you have to,
Judy, you wouldn't know what PDF that is on.
You have to scroll through the document, go to Exhibit A.
17.7.3.9.
Yes. So you have to,
This is Appendix A.
It's
page 215.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Page 215.
Who said that?
Exhibit A.
Okay.
It's not Appendix A. There's an exhibit. There's an Appendix A, but this is Exhibit A. And when I open up my PDF, it says 140 out of 230.
Yeah, 215 is too far.
Yeah, it's of 230, and it's 17.7.3.9 facilitated stakeholder process A.
My apologies, Madam Chair. I was looking at the red line version.
Oh,
Yeah.
that would make it longer, wouldn't it, Chris? Okay, I'm there, 17.7.3.9. Other commissioners, are you able to see this section? Is it on the screen as
Yes.
well there? Okay, good. Oh, yeah, I see it. Okay. All right. Who's,
Is that helpful?
okay, yes, Vice Chair Maestas, you wanted her to proceed, or did you have a question for her?
Well, I just, Commissioner Fishman was talking through what process is appropriate for the selection of a stakeholder. And that's why I wanted the rule displayed. That way we can see what options, or if it's open-ended, it's, so I'm still, Judy, if you can point us to the section that talks about parameters around the selection of a facilitator.
This is interesting because it was discussed a lot, and it was decided that it was not going to be totally nailed down at this point because we really didn't know exactly who was going to, it could be potentially a utility division staff member that isn't involved in the IRP case, someone who's siloed. It could be a contractor. It could be, we could issue an RFP and have a list of facilitators that we rotate. So there's different ways to go, and it wasn't decided.
So this provision we're looking at really doesn't tell us any procedure about how a facilitator is selected.
Well,
Exactly.
it's a commission appointee, but I'm not sure if we have a process in terms of who we would consider to be an appropriate appointee to oversee the stakeholder process as a facilitator.
Oh, I see. It just says in the third line down in section A, the commission upon notification shall initiate a facilitated process for the utility, etc.
And it describes or specifically mentions that it's to be a commission appointee under definitions, under the definition of facilitated stakeholder process.
Do you have a
on page 138?
Yeah, in the definitions, it does state that.
Here we go.
As I stated, it could be a commission staff member. A commission staff member that would not be a party to the application in any way.
And so I guess hindsight's always 2020. I don't see the final rule that included a definition of a commission appointee. Which should include kind of the parameters, right, of objectivity and removed of all conflicts of interest.
There's a statutory section cited. Let's look at that.
So Judy, can you expand on section 6217-10?
That says that it's a stakeholder process. It's our, I have to pull up our statute, but it requires a stakeholder process, but it doesn't describe that process. It was set out in our original rule. So I'd have to look at the red line to see how it's changed. But I do know from experience that the current stakeholder process is not with a commission appointed facilitator. It's run and managed by the utility, and it's utility initiated, and there is no facilitator. And in response to comments that we received, and in response to, I guess, concerns that there wasn't the ability really for stakeholders to participate as much as they'd like to in the stakeholder process, that the commission believed that if it was an appointed facilitator, that would ensure that stakeholders could be better incorporated into it. That was the intention of changing the rule. The statute, I'll tell you, I'm going to read it to you. I think it has like one phrase or line in it. So it definitely leaves the details to the commission rule. So I'm looking it up right now.
Judy, I have it in front of me. I can read it.
Okay.
It says the preparation of resource plans shall incorporate a public advisory process. That's it. There's nothing else before or after that sentence. And that's 62-1710. If you want to put that up on the screen, Vice Chair Maestas can see that. And I do recall our discussions that we thought the facilitated stakeholder process is much more collaborative. You get much more information.
So
and it's good to have. Yes.
So my question then, now knowing what that statute says, is there any way we can, outside of revisiting the rule, is there any way that we can further define what a commission appointee, what parameters would there be around the designation of a commission appointee to oversee this stakeholder process? Because we didn't define it. It is mentioned in there, but I don't know if there's any other procedural mechanism to better define it. If we can even go with a resolution, if it's not considered material, maybe we can work on a resolution that defines the parameters and requirements around and the potential different types of folks, whether it's staff or a stakeholder, of who can actually be considered as a commission appointee to oversee the stakeholder process or facilitate the stakeholder process.
You're talking about having a commission resolution.
If there's any way, without revisiting the rule, can we put some meat on that bone that would better define a commission appointee in the context of the facilitated stakeholder process?
I think so too. It's not a bad idea just in general for the commission to have such a resolution, because besides this kind of stakeholder process, there are many others that we conduct or have been conducting, and we can anticipate the new commission might want to conduct. And we, I think it's been a little ad hoc how we've been doing it. I wouldn't say ad hoc. I think we've given it a lot of thought about how to get the best quality facilitators, because it can make or break the success of a stakeholder engagement process. So, because it really absolutely needs to be inclusive and respectful. And I've seen in the past, not here at the PRC, but elsewhere, stakeholder processes that have been very unsuccessful because of the way they've been conducted. So I think that's a good idea I think Judy or maybe general counsel, I don't know if we could, apart from this particular case, if we could pursue at such a resolution, drafting something up.
Do we want a resolution, a general resolution about when someone is appointed by the commission, the process that needs to be gone through, like as a general matter?
Yeah.
A resolution for this specifically. I think a vote by the commission would be the way to go, and you could put that in a resolution.
Yeah, I agree. And in my mind, I was thinking in terms of a more general matter. Well, not a general matter, but as a general proposition that we have a methodology for picking, some sort of independent arbiter for various purposes, but included in those purposes could be this role in the integrated resource plan and procurement role.
Right.
Madam
So
Chair.
there's the general
Commissioner, I believe Vice Chair.
I wanted Patrick to display the definition in the earlier part of this final rule of facilitated stakeholder process. That way, everyone can see the language and the reference to the commission appointee and the scope of the responsibilities of that individual. And I think that should also raise the awareness of what the future commission needs to consider when they get to this point of appointing an individual to serve in this capacity.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Commissioner Meisters, which section was that?
It's under definitions. It's earlier in the rule.
Number K. It's K in section 1.
7.3.
Yeah, 17.7.3.7. Yes.
K is in kangaroo.
I think it's on 138.
Yes.
Page 138.
Out of 230.
Yes.
You can highlight that in yellow.
Thanks,
Can you
Patrick.
highlight that, Patrick? Thank you. Anyway, that's chock full of responsibilities, and not to mention kind of all the the requirements around the individual, him or herself. And so it describes the scope of duties, but it doesn't really say what the process is going to entail and what characteristics of the candidates for this appointment, what they should have. So anyway, there's no need to beat this dead horse, but my hope is that we can come up with a way to define the process for making the appointment and the parameters around the candidate for the appointment. I think that would be good.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Fishman.
So would it make sense for me to work with Robert and send out just kind of a straw draft for people to rip apart and add and subtract from? And when it starts to take shape, then present it to the commission?
Well, are you talking about something that would be an amendment to the rule or something different? Because what I was proposing, Commissioner Fishman, was a general, well, I didn't propose the idea. I think Vice Chair Maestas did, of a resolution for selecting an independent arbiter of some sort for various purposes, not for the purpose of this rule alone.
Well, I think that, number one, we need to be very careful about the word arbiter, because in this process, they're certainly not an arbiter, they're a facilitator.
Right. It's not a good choice of words for this particular thing. We're talking about a facilitation process. Yeah.
And second,
However, though, let me just correct you there. If you read the end of the definition, it says that the appointee shall reach potential agreement in the utilities development of its statement of need and action plan. So,
Well, that's no, but the rest of the rule provides for non-agreement. It's potential agreement.
Well,
there's nothing that this facilitator can enforce. They're just there to help everyone discuss and see where they can reach agreement, not to force agreement where there is none. And I think that's clear throughout the rules. So I have to agree with Judy on that. But I also want to say that the skills that are required, this particular one for the IRP might require a lot more specific knowledge, industry knowledge, than a lot of other things that we might ask a facilitator to do. And so I would be very careful about kind of doing a one size fits all. We may want to, we may not, but we very well may want to have specific requirements for a facilitator for the IRP. And regarding changing the rule, I think Joe is on the right track here. We don't want to change the rule. We want to have a memo or a resolution that supplements the rule that gives us clear parameters on how to choose a facilitator and what the skills and qualities of that person need to be. Does that capture it for you, Commissioner Maestas?
It does. Thank you.
Well, I just to follow up, Commissioner Fishman, when I was thinking of running with that notion of a resolution, I don't think it would have to be one size fits all. Actually, I think within the scope of a resolution, you could tailor sections to various purposes, such as, a mediator or for one role and a facilitator in another role, and maybe define them. But I'm flexible. I mean, I suppose we could have such a resolution that's tailored just to this facilitation role. It seems.
Commissioner.
Yes, Judy.
I think we could do a resolution in general about how the commission appoints helpers, but not for this specific rule. That would be like a change to the rule that would have to be an amendment.
Yeah, that's what I want to avoid as well.
I think a general resolution about how the process for commission picking, commission appointees that assist them, a general process would be something the commission could do.
Thank you, Judy.
I also think that there's the specific issue, and I don't want to, delay this issue anymore. But March is coming up, and the commission needs just at least a plan of how they want to do this first facilitated process appointee. And it could be as simple as appointing a commission staff member, or it could be more complicated, such as doing an RFP, which takes some months. And so you'd probably need to start planning that now.
I think that's a good point. And, you know, I'm beginning to recall a conversation. I think as we were working on this language, I don't think we could decide on what would be the best approach. And we wanted to leave it the way it is so that we would have some discretion in how to proceed. Do you recall that, Commissioner Fishman?
Yeah, I think we did want to leave some flexibility and
Yeah.
some room for the commission to decide. And, you know, listening to Judy, I think it is possible to write a more general resolution that addresses the need for specific expertise for specific purposes, and therefore, you know, leaves room. But I also think it's a good idea to kind of have a stable of potential facilitators identified.
Yes.
And it's a good idea that the utility as well as stakeholders can say, oh, this is the person we'd like to work with for this particular one. And so that the utilities as well as the stakeholders and the commission have some say in the facilitator that they're working with. I think if everyone's comfortable with that, that promotes more agreement down the line. And that's what we're trying to do, is get more collaboration here and maybe less litigation. So.
Yeah.
That sounds like a plan to me, but when you craft this straw proposal, Commissioner Fishman and probably OGC, that you kind of keep in mind the definition of the process, because it also, the scope of those duties also includes advising the public utility. So we want to make sure we don't create any conflicts through this process.
Yep.
Right.
So am I hearing then that we have a volunteer by Commissioner Fishman, but he will work with general counsel? Or Judy, do you prefer to do the original drafting? And how do you guys want to proceed?
You know, I can work on a general resolution for commission appointments and then send it over to Commissioner Fishman and Robert.
And I'm willing to help as well.
Okay.
Yeah, it's for open circulation, and
Sure.
Let's get everyone's best input.
Sounds good. Okay. Let's see. So where were we? We were at this point, and Judy, were you walking through this with us, or I honestly don't remember how we were proceeding on this particular document.
No, this was a discussion item for Commissioner Fishman. I don't know if it appears that we are done with it.
Yep. Just to close the loop on one final issue, Judy, given the dates that are in the rule, does that pretty much legally mandate that PNM go through the facilitated process in 2023? Or is that not the case?
My opinion is that when the rule becomes effective, then PNM, at least 6 months prior to them filing their IRP in September 1st of 2023, they notify the commission of the intent, and then the commission starts the facilitated process at that time. after the notification. And that would be in 2023.
Judy, just a hypothetical, what if P&M, because I think the deadline is on or before September 1st. So what if they really move that up? That would render the application of the final rule not applicable.
Well, that is a hypothetical. And I would look at that if that happened, but I'm not prepared to give an opinion on that hypothetical right now. I was answering Commissioner Fishman's question as if they would be doing it at some point in 2023. And you're right, I really don't know exactly when they're going to file it. So that your suggested, hypothetical could happen.
Okay, thank you.
So Judy, excuse me, Madam Chair, that is the right question. So we would appreciate a researched opinion on that.
Well, yes, I mean, at this point, again, it hasn't happened because it says at least 6 months prior to the filing of its IRP, which is pegged at September 1st, 2023. The utility shall notify the commission of its intent to file an IRP. That hasn't happened yet.
Okay. I'm done.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, everybody, for this very thorough conversation about how to proceed on that point. I mean, we're working on new ground, and I think it's good for us to keep putting our heads together until we all feel like we understand it. So with that, let's move on to section Roman numeral 10, communications with Chief of Staff. I'm not sure who's sitting in today. I'm not sure I see Wayne in the meeting. Is Brad Gorman? Oh, there you are. Okay, hello. Nice to see you,
Madam Chair.
Mr. Prost.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Nice to see all of you, and good to be back. A couple of items I wanted to cover with you today. I'll send out an email on this later on today or tomorrow, but as you probably will remember, we were successful during the last legislative session in getting a special appropriation to refurnish all of the offices here in the Boken building. Not surprisingly, like everyone else and every other process, we have experienced some supply chain delays, etc., in having that furniture delivered, but we do have a delivery date now. We anticipate that furniture will be delivered and installed I think it's the first week of December. And again, I'll get specific dates out later on today, Madam Chair. But I wanted to bring this to your attention because it's a big process and not only do we have the new furniture coming in, that means we're going to have to get the old furniture out of here. And that means that the office will be closed for a period of time, approximately 2 weeks, the first 2 weeks of December. So we will continue to provide updates to you on that. Of course, OGC is aware of this so that we can manage the commission meetings for that period of time, but I did want to give you a heads up and staff a heads up that as a result of that, the furniture coming in, we will need to close the office for a period of time to complete that delivery.
Sure, that makes sense. I appreciate that, and I'm glad that you've got OGC alerted. I mean, the main thing is that we continue our work. We've done this during a pandemic. We can do it during a furniture move. But it's nice to be prepared. So thank you for that.
Sure, that's a very good point, Madam Chair. You did it for 2 years, so I'm sure we'll be able to manage it few weeks, but we do apologize in advance for the inconvenience that may cause. A couple of other items, Madam Chair, on October 3rd at about 10 o'clock, Mary Jane Parks will be joining a panel presentation on transportation electrification infrastructure update for the Transportation Infrastructure Revenue Committee. That's an interim committee. As you're aware, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Mary Jane was on a similar panel about a few weeks ago with the Water and Natural Resources Committee. So she will be representing us before the Transportation Infrastructure Revenue Committee on that topic. And also, Madam Chair, members of the commission, tentatively, our Legislative Finance Committee hearing on our FY24 budget request is scheduled for November 16th. That is a Wednesday. I don't believe we have a firm time yet, but as soon as we have that, we'll let commissioners know about the specifics on that. But again, our Legislative Finance Committee FY24 budget hearing is tentatively scheduled for November 16th. And with that, Madam Chair and members of the commission, I'm happy to stand for any questions or discuss any other matters you'd like to bring forward today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Probst. Commissioners, does anybody have any questions for Mr. Probst?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair Maestas.
Yes, just a question, Wayne. Are we going to develop a legislative agenda? Because I know we've been keeping, I guess, a very informal running list of perhaps, recommended changes to existing statutes. And I would think that we have potential proposals for new statutes. For example, we had a discussion, several months ago about how the state of Colorado has a requirement that requires Tri-State to submit their energy resource plan, and that demonstrates compliance with Colorado's renewable portfolio standards, although that state, their standards are in terms of greenhouse gas emission reduction targets, and ours, our renewable portfolio standards are percent of portfolio of renewable energy. And so I just feel like we're getting near the end here, and I think it would be really good for this commission to submit a legislative agenda in advance of the upcoming session.
Madam Chair and members of the commission and Vice Chair Maestas, first of all, I hope you feel better soon, and sorry that you've had several health issues, it sounds like, over the last couple of weeks, but certainly with regard to COVID, hope that your symptoms are mild and that your recovery period is very short. Happy to do that. Madam Chair, I do, Commissioner Maestas, you're correct, of course, that over the last several months, I've heard a number of potential legislative items discussed during these meetings, and I'd be happy to work, Madam Chair, and Commissioner Maestas, if Christopher may be keeping a kind of a running tally on that. I'm happy to touch base with him, see what we have that on that list, and then bring that back to the commission either at next week's meeting or the week meeting following that for any additional items that you'd like to include on that, and at some point have the commission act on that list.
Oh, excellent. I think that's wonderful. And I'd like to extend a invitation or request or something to the rest of the commissioners. If you have thoughts about proposed legislation you'd like for us to, the commission to put on that list, let's please bring your thoughts and or send them to Wayne. And you're right, Wayne, I think we have probably talked about a number of ideas on the bench here, but that might not encompass all of them. So I think we should try to get those into you as soon as possible. And I appreciate Vice Chair Maestas bringing up this idea. We have chatted about it before, but I mean, we really need to make it real. So thanks very much for once more reminding us what we need to be doing. Okay, any other questions for Chief of Staff or comments from anyone? Okay, I guess we'll move on to communications with General Counsel.
My apologies, I had to unmute myself. I don't believe we have anything today.
Okay, thank you very much, Mike. Communications with
Madam
Commission.
Chair,
Oh, yes.
I had a question for OGC, either Judy or Mike.
Okay.
Mike, as we all know, we issued a final order requiring PNM to issue separate rate credits that are coincidental to the closures of units 1 and 4 of the San Juan Generating Station. And also in that order, we required PNM to provide the remaining 28 of 40 million for economic assistance that's meant to mitigate the closure of the San Juan Generating Station. And a lot of my constituents are confused. They're still anticipating rate credit number 2, which would follow the September 30th or the Friday closure of the remaining unit of the San Juan Generating Station. And so my question is, can you just briefly explain the outcome of the Supreme Court action to approve the stay of those 2 rate credits with the exception of the 28 million? Number 1, and then number 2, is there any way we can require PNM to notify ratepayers that these rate credits have been suspended?
I'm going to ask Judy to answer the first one because I was not involved as directly in all that as Judy was. And with regard to the second issue, I'm a little uncomfortable from an Open Meeting Act perspective of talking about possible action in a case that wasn't listed on the agenda. And quite frankly, I would have to look into that issue. The commission has jurisdiction, some retains jurisdiction to pursue certain ancillary, actions in support of the order that it issues. There's a case which actually we cited in the, the PNM case, the order on the PNM case we issued earlier today. Kelly in number, I think it's 102 versus Napison, which outlines that. But I would kind of need to look at that to really give you an answer on that.
Okay.
Judy, could you answer that? Could you weigh in on the first part?
Yes. So the stay was initially not granted, and so in August of 2023, the PNM, as they submitted in a compliance filing per commission order, did issue rate credit for their billing in August. Then I believe it was the very beginning of September, the court did grant the partial stay, which would stay the rate credit, but they expressly reserved the right, which they have in the order, to ask for further briefing, and then they would make a decision on a final stay. So that being said, the rate credit is in a stay period at this point, but it could be lifted any day by the court. But right now,
so are you referring to the first rate credit that went out? And so the stay only applies to that one. Now there's a second rate credit that's supposed to follow the closure of the final unit on Friday. Are you saying that could still be made available?
no, all that portion of any rate credits are stayed.
All right.
And at this point, but as I said, right after we get out of this meeting, we could get an order from the court saying that the stay was lifted. So it's a fluid situation. That being said, that's the status right now. There is a stay on the rate credit issue.
So I don't want to go where Mike Smith doesn't want me to go, but it just seems confusing for us to require in our rules and procedures advice notices for changes to rates like this rate credit that's been stayed or stopped, but yet there's no advice notice to inform ratepayers that credit will not continue and is pending further consideration by the Supreme Court. So is there any way we can revisit our advice notice procedures to at least require ratepayer notification if there is a change?
Well, one thing I would just point out, Commissioner Mises, is advice notices actually don't serve the purpose of advising ratepayers so much as they do the commission.
All right. So anyway, maybe OGC can maybe think about this and see if there's some action we can take, at least just for the purposes of informing the public, because there's a lot of confusion out there. People are expecting the rate credits to continue, the first one, and then the second one to hit their bills in a couple of months, in a month or two.
Yes, it is a confusing situation, so I completely understand. And yeah, we, as Mike said, I think we'll have to discuss, some possible, solutions, legal solutions to this.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Maestas. Commissioner Fishman. Yes,
Yeah,
Commissioner
quick
Fishman.
follow-up question for Judy. Has everybody submitted their follow-up arguments to the Supreme Court? Do they at least have all the paper in their hands to read to resolve this?
Yes, those filings were to be made on September 12th, and they were made. And so, I really wouldn't even attempt to guess at when we will hear.
Okay, thank you.
Well, does anybody else have any comments or questions on this point? Well, then I would like to say, Judy, I would appreciate knowing what maybe our options for requiring the utility to inform the consumers about the status of the rate credits and, lower their expectations about receiving them. It doesn't, I think Vice Chair Maestas just raises a good point, and I think the public deserves some notice one way or another. So I appreciate you suggesting you could maybe come up with some legal evidence.
Madam Chair, and just I guess one quick follow-up, and Judy, maybe you can confirm. The portion of our order that wasn't stayed was requiring P&M to provide the $28 million to the appropriate state agencies that required all the $40 million up front to implement those community assistance programs to mitigate the closure of San Juan Generating Station. Has that aid been provided? Because I thought that we asked to be notified when the $28 million was actually transferred to those state agencies.
Yes, that's correct. And let me get the exact date. In response to a commission order, there was a commission order dated August 17th, 2022, order for compliance report. And we asked for that information. And then in response on, I believe it was August 24th, there is a filing, and it details the payments made to the state agencies. And nobody has filed anything in reply to the filing, but it details all the specific payments made. And specifically on page 5, it says P&M asserts that they're in compliance, that on July 28th, 2022, they wired 1.8 million, 0.5% to the State of New Mexico Indian Affairs Department for the Indian Affairs Fund. They also wired approximately 5.9 million or 1.65% to the State of New Mexico Economic Development Department for the Economic Development Assistance Fund, and 12 approximate million to 3.35% to the State of New Mexico Workforce Solutions Department for the Displaced Workers Assistance Funds. P&M stated that the foregoing amounts were calculated based on percentages specified in section of the ETA 621816J 1 through 3, using 361 million as the estimated amount of the bond issuance. These fund transfers were made and completed within 30 days following June 30th, 2022, according to P&M, which was the abandonment of San Juan Unit 1 as required by the final order.
Judy, what was that about 30 days? Could you repeat that provision?
Oh, that P&M asserts that transfers were made and completed within 30 days following the June 30th, 2022 abandonment of San Juan Unit 1 as required by the final order. P&M attached screenshots of the wire transfers. P&M stated that in addition to these transfers that I just stated, on March 3rd, 2022, P&M transferred the sum of $8,880,000 to Executive Escrow Services for purposes of pre-funding the severance and job training benefits for workers impacted by the upcoming closure of the San Juan mine operated by Westmoreland Mining LLC. And the escrow agreement provides for $7.4 million in worker severance benefits and approximately $1.48 million in worker job training benefits. So that was the compliance report. Nothing else was filed by either staff or any of the interveners in response.
Where was that filed, Judy?
It was filed in docket case number 19-00018. It's filed in the compliance section and dated August 24th, 2022. And it was in response to August 17th order of the commission. Verified compliance report of P&M in response to commission's August 17, 2022 order for compliance report.
Yeah, I believe I saw that. Some of these numbers are familiar, and the percentages. I remember it sort of struck me as such low percentages because they're such a large corpus.
Right.
Yeah.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair Maestas.
I just wanted to just state in general that although P&M's original stay included blocking the transfer of the 28 million to these state agencies, that they came to their senses and only requested a partial stay that only includes the rate credits and not the community assistance. And so I want to go back and commend Western Resource Advocates for bringing this to our attention. And this was a partial win for the affected communities there. And so this is very important that the community assistance funding was made whole and provided to the state agencies through in part through our action and the work of the interveners. So that has to be said in the context of this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you for saying it, Vice Chair Maestas. You're absolutely right. And I did at the time, I recall, think that it was fortuitous, very good that the issue was brought to our attention by Western Resource Advocates. So they deserve that credit. Let's see, any other commissioner communications? Well, I have a few. I was invited to be on a panel that I served on yesterday at the International Conference in New Mexico that's being held in New Mexico concerning concentrated solar power technology. And I was on a panel to discuss policy matters and how we're proceeding in New Mexico and with our energy transition. It was really quite interesting. There was a lady from the California PUC who's not a commissioner, but she was able to talk quite thoroughly about their integrated resource planning process, and that was quite impressive. But I described our rulemaking situation and how we're moving forward to try to help the utilities be timely in our transition. So it was quite a conference. I didn't get to stay, but I actually didn't know that the International Concentrated Solar Power Organization had ever met here, but they seem to like New Mexico, so that was a good thing. And I'll be leaving this afternoon for a couple of days to go to Tempe, Arizona, to be in a YRAB CREPC meeting that's going to be devoted to resource adequacy in the West. And I'm sure there'll be some interesting things I can bring back and tell you about at the time. So when I get back. So, let's see, there was one other thing I meant to mention last week. We all got a letter a couple of weeks ago from Anthony Medeiros, or an email on the subject of wildfire management research. And I wanted to clarify something for you. And I had called him up after he sent that to understand why he said certain things. He had said that I had instructed him to write do some research and write a report on the status of legal requirements in our state and elsewhere concerning wildfire mitigation standards. And in fact, it was actually kind of humorous. I was working on that issue with my new legal extern, and we had included Judy even in the meeting, and Colin was there. And then we were trying to think who would be knowledgeable about what wildfire standards existed in our state. And we thought of calling Anthony, and he got very enthused about this topic. And he admitted to me afterwards, he did apologize for couching it that way. I did not ask him to write any research. I was actually trying to get my extern to do the research. Not trying, he's quite willing. But it was actually, I thought, Anthony is very enthused about many things and that involve research into requirements. And he knows it's a very important issue. So he did apologize to me when he called. I wasn't looking for an apology, but I just wondered what was in his head telling the rest of the commission that I'd ordered him to do something like that. I don't presume to tell hearing examiners what to do at all. They know their job. But in any case, he produced a lovely report. If you guys haven't read it, you should. It's very impressive about the state of affairs right now on what requirements exist and don't exist on wildfire management and the limits to which they go. So I just wanted to point that out, that if you read that and if you wondered what I was doing, trying to get research from Anthony, I wasn't doing it. I wasn't at all. But he did a bang up job. And he said he just got so interested in it. I mean, that's what was amusing about it. He really liked the subject. Not that he liked it, but he thought it was so vital that he wanted to really do a fabulous job. And so Anthony did. So anyhow, I've got my extern working on other things because I don't know that there's anything left to do after Anthony took that issue and dug into it. So I'll quit going on about Anthony now. And if we have, yes, Vice Chair Maestas.
Thank you for that update. I just wanted to let everybody know that Christopher Hall and I attended some cybersecurity training put on by NARUC. That was in Denver, Colorado from September 7th through the 9th. And I'll be coming forward with some cybersecurity initiatives and actions here within the agency. And of course, I'm going to present it to the commission. And it's really in response to the letter that the Biden administration sent to every single governor in the country, alerting them of the potential for your foreign adversaries like China and Russia, that they're going to target utilities. And so I'll be discussing that more through my initiatives and addressing some of the concerns outlined in that letter from the Biden administration. Also on September 12th through the 15th, I was in New York City attending a Wall Street Dialogue conference. The intent was to better train commissioners in utility financing. And we were able to hear directly from Wall Street investors that deal in utility finance. And so it was very, very informative. It basically exposed me to a part that we only really scratched the surface on in the context of a rate case. So I thought that was very beneficial. And then I wanted to let the commission know, hopefully next week, we'll be providing an update on community solar implementation. The third-party administrator that we selected is Incline, and they'll be providing the full commission an update on the implementation. In addition, we'll be releasing a public timeline to give everyone an idea what to expect in the coming months. So we hope to bring that to the commission next week. And that's all I had, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Maestas. That's very good. And I'm very interested to hear what you come back with on the cybersecurity proposals. I had also heard that, and this wasn't recently, but I guess it might be a standing threat. But what I'd heard was that, yes, our enemies will be targeting utility companies, but in particular, they target small utility companies that don't necessarily have very good security. So they can get a toehold. They can get a toehold on the grid that way, and then through those small utilities.
And what I can tell you, Madam Chair, is that the big takeaway is that there are robust critical infrastructure protection standards in cybersecurity for generation and transmission, but not for distribution. And we've seen the proliferation of smart devices that create more vulnerabilities to cyber attacks. And so if I had to summarize the whole thing, it's that, and it's eye-opening in terms of the actual threats. We remember the pipeline, was it the Continental Pipeline? Is that what it was? The one that was just, son of a gun. Anyway, there's some very recent high-profile case studies of cyber attacks that have really, really created havoc in the energy industry. And so this is something I think that we need to take action on, appropriate action. So I hope to take the lead on that in the coming months.
Great. I think that sounds very interesting. And particularly, are you talking about gas distribution or electric distribution, or both?
Both.
So I'd be very interested in the impacts on electric distribution, because as you know, we're working on an interconnection rule and grid modernization rules as well, but particularly with respect to the interconnection rule, I'd like to understand the implications for that rule.
And the pipeline that I mentioned incorrectly, it's the Colonial Pipeline. It's
yes, I did hear that.
And so we kind of use that as a case study, in the training, which was, again, very eye-opening. But I'm not going to belabor the point. I hope to come back with some specifics.
Good, great. Commissioner Fishman, did you have something you wanted to share?
Yeah, Madam Chair. I just wanted to give a shout out to El Paso Electric. I think on most weekends at the farmers market in Las Cruces, they have a display of electric cars, and people who own electric cars come out and show them off and let people look at them. And they have a couple of El Paso Electric representatives out there talking to folks. And one of them who's running their electric vehicle programs, her name is Angie Rodriguez. She saw me there and pulled me aside and spent a little time with me. And she is a tremendous advocate of electric vehicles. And she told me all the things that she's doing to work with local car dealers and work with the public to spread the word about electric vehicles and vehicle electrification. And I found her terrifically knowledgeable and there to help anyone who wants to buy an electric car and who wants to get any work done on their home electric system and take advantage of the rebates that El Paso Electric has to offer on putting in stage 2 level charging, 240 volt charging in their homes, and frankly, and even helping them shop for a car. So I just wanted to give out a shout to El Paso Electric, and in particular to Angie Rodriguez, who is just an enthusiastic person who appears to be doing a great job for them on this important piece of the puzzle. So that's it.
Well, thank you for that, Commissioner Fishman. And I think that's an ingenious way to reach out to the public at a farmer's market. And I think there needs to be outreach like that done across the board by all the utilities, because people really are interested in electric vehicles and just need to ask questions. I was questioned by a lady for about 10 minutes in the Costco parking lot a couple of weekends ago because she saw I had an electric car. And, the message needs to get out about how good they are and how they can be acquired, because they can be acquired. You see in the news every now and then that you can't find electric vehicles in New Mexico, but the truth is you can find a lot of them online for very good prices. I looked just after I spoke to that woman, actually, a couple of weeks ago, and I found 6 or 7, used but late model electric vehicles that were very reasonably priced. So they're out there, and I'm really glad to hear that El Paso Electric is doing that, and they have such a competent person working. And I hope the other utilities are listening and maybe taking a lesson from that example. So anyhow, I appreciate that comment. And I think what we should do is adjourn now so we can all have lunch. So we're adjourned.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Have a good day.